Alrighty, good morning. Sorry I'm late, everybody. I had some technical issues this morning, so got everything all updated and didn't expect to have to do an update. Playing the fade today, puts. Yeah, I think we'll definitely see a little bit of some downside because of just this rally we had going Sunday afternoon. I just grabbed one little MES short when we were at 4,008. So just right up here, I think I'll continue to add to this short position if we see kind of these pre-market highs around 550. Big gap to fill? Yeah, definitely a big gap to fill for just that intraday gap. I also see some large fair value gaps that got created. So we had that fair value gap here. We got this fair value gap here. Also, it happened in the context of a downtrend, so the probability is higher that we go lower. Yeah, so kind of basically you're saying like just a little bit of a retracement back up since we've been on this longer term downtrend. Um, Let me just get like a year to date chart. So each one of these represents a daily. So, yeah, once we kind of broke that uptrend structure here after this consolidation period, um, yeah, I can see what you're saying there. I'm just curious if there's anything like on a higher time frame, like a weekly. What is the low of this candle? 46.9. So we do have a weekly fair value gap at 46.9, which is pretty significant. Data release in 15. We got pending home sales, is that it? I believe so. Yeah, the pending home sales. I would anticipate that those come in lower, um, just because the real estate market has been a little bit slow. Yeah, probably gonna be bad news. Yeah, just because those interest rates typically destroy the real estate market. I mean, when you go from like a federal funds rate of like a 0.5% to 5% in a year. I mean, that's got to cripple the real estate. Just trying to figure out a way to make that look a little bit better to visually see. So anything in this upper range here. So I was hoping that we'd see a little bit more of a push upward, so I could get more short. Yeah, so like if you're right on direction, it's important to add more. I think that's like one of the most important things I've realized lately is watching some traders that are really done well and how they consistently add to winning positions. I think I'm gonna have to try and really implement that because you're right. Like sometimes I also do like small size, and if I'm right on direction, I'll add more, but I don't add enough. You know, I, uh, I struggle with that. I like that. I call the cost of being wrong. You have a small size and your stop loss cost of being wrong, but as it moves convincingly away from entry, add more on days like today. Yeah, yeah, no, I think that's a great way to kind of think about it and visualize it. I've been definitely wanting to do more on that. I think that's a great strategy when it comes to a way of adding. Yeah, overall, I think um, I wonder if we'll get this push up this week to fill this like weekly fair value gap, which would just be right up here. It's basically like that, the highs of these 47. I don't think we're going to go up to this range to or to this level at 4,047 today. But there could be a move at some point this week just because of that fair value gap. So something to consider. In the meantime, I'm definitely leaning more on the short side. We talked about it earlier. I mean, this was the move from Friday where I was buying around here, and then I was wanting to see that retrace of the CPE data, and then we finally saw it, but it just took longer than I wanted. And you're getting pretty. I guess you wanted. I top ticked this exit, so I sold the last contract on Friday on the top of that one. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see. I wouldn't be surprised to see them up to like these pre-market highs. Um, if you notice, I'm not really adding to anything right now. So like you said, the data's coming out soon. I mean, we got like less than 9 minutes, so I don't think it's really wise to be adding to positions right before then. Overall, I'm kind of a short bias because of these fair value gaps, this gap below. So it felt like a good point to enter at the tops of these wicks right here. This is where I kind of got that first short. And I'm just kind of waiting. You don't like these this 5 minute? Yeah, yeah. I mean, look at this one. This one's wow, huge wick and then closed right at its low. Stay away for earnings and data release. Yeah, I mean, I like to usually just leave like a micro on just because that's kind of my direction. But yeah, I completely agree. There's no way the order books dry up. You'll get lucky if you get stopped out for the price you want. All right, we're getting a little bit more of a push up now. So this was where's this 45? I'm just gonna mark this because this is kind of a new strategy I've been observing lately. Um, actually, it's not yet. It's the 15 minute I need to look at. So in 6 minutes when this candle closes, I'll have a new strategy I want to kind of start drawing out and implementing a little bit. Um, it's not a strategy I came up with myself. I definitely love to kind of bounce ideas off of other traders and talk to them. And this other very successful trader that I've seen online, it's kind of his strategy that he goes by. So I just want to draw it out today and see how it plays out. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to follow it, but after he explained it to me, I think it's easy to visualize. So once this next 15-minute candle closes, I'll be able to start marking it. And then that'll also be right when we get the data release, so new home sales, pending home sales index. So I'm gonna wait for 5 minutes to make any real decisions. Just kind of observing at this point. All right, let's see what we got going over here. I've gotten lucky a few times playing earnings, but my expectations and what I hear from real traders is not to play across earnings unless you're shares long. Yeah, I mean, whenever you got shares involved, I'm not too concerned. You got a lot more flexibility with shares. Um, but yeah, playing earnings or any type of data release is going to be really heavily speculation, which I'm not against. I'm a speculation trader as well, but I personally don't try and play earnings or uh, big data releases. But the high and low at 10 p.m. and what does the last candle look like? I saw something from a trader that was kind of like that, and it looks like an interesting strategy. Yeah, so it's like the guy's name is Tom Hugard. So if you want to look into him at all, he provides incredible free resources. I advocate individuals share great free resources, especially in the trading space. Um, so yeah, his name is Tom Hugard, and he just has some exceptional free resources out there. And one of his strategies that he did a whole few hundred-page PDF document that he typed up himself and released, and I went through it one weekend and just recently, and he calls it the school run strategy. Um, and it's based off of a 15-minute chart that he uses to observe what happens after the 6:45 15-minute candle closes. Uh, we'll be able to start drawing that out in 3 minutes here. But essentially, what he does, we could probably start drawing out because I'd be surprised if we made new lows. But it's drawn out from the low of that 6:45 15-minute candle and then the high of that 6:45 15-minute candle. Now, what happens is once you see a break above those highs or a break below those highs, it's an indication of a trend according to this strategy, the school run strategy. Of course, there's no 100% winning strategies in the world, but it's just one of those out there that's I recently heard of and he's had a lot of success with. So I figured I'd just observe it, see if it could be useful to me, see if it could be useful to you. That's all. So got about 2.5 minutes before that candle closes. If we see a break below this 15-minute low, that would be an indication of a potential downward trend forming of the day. And he would be getting into a short position below those, or once it breaks below those. So yeah, I think I saw that too. That's cool. I haven't tested it too much. Yeah, I haven't tested it really. I know he really prefers using it on the DAX, which is the German index. I don't trade the German index just because of where I live, like the time zones. I'll be asleep probably. Um, so, but he also mentioned it works well with like Nasdaq and um, US 500 as well. So I mean, you can see kind of across the board. All right, so we're at pre-market highs here at the top of this wick up there. So I know we have like 2 minutes before new data comes out, but I do like shorting pre-market highs, so I'm gonna add one up there. It's only MES, so I'm not too concerned. Yeah, at pre-market high. Yeah. Excuse me. right, so we're seeing a little break above there. And that fair value gap just got filled at this point on this 15-minute. So, you know, potentially a little resistance there. But again, we got data coming out in 20 seconds. So, real smalls on the size. Real smalls on the size. Real small on size for right now. Because we have that data coming out in the home sales, or pending home sales, I believe it is. You can go to financial juice if it will load. Gotta make sure I'm a human. Oh man, where is the pending home sales? Pending home sales. Where is it? Did I do my math wrong or something? Where do we get it? Does anybody in the chat see this data? I'm not seeing this data. I'm checking, trying to see if we can see it anywhere. Oh, here we go. All right. U.S. pending home sales actual 82.5. The forecast. Why isn't it showing the forecast? All right, the previous was 76.9. Wow. Huh. I'm just going to pull this out for a moment just to get a better view. So that's like a huge beat. 8.1 versus the forecast of 1. Pending home sales increased for the second consecutive month, up 8.1 from December. Month-over-month contract signing raised for all 4 major U.S. regions. Pending home sales dropped in all regions compared to 1 year ago. Okay. That I guess is a surprise to me, at least. I didn't expect that. Wow. Yeah, that might push the market up pretty much higher at this point. I didn't expect to get such good news like that. All right. That was a weird. That's a big difference. 8.1 versus 1%. I mean, wow. Um, I feel like I'm just gonna have to stop myself out right now. Yeah, I might have to close. Yeah, that's whew. I did not anticipate that. All right, do we have any other news? So in 30 minutes, I guess we got some manufacturing survey incentives. That Holmes report surprised me. Are we sure the data is correct? I mean, I guess not 100% sure. You could never be absolute, but I mean, that is, wow. That's such a big difference. That's, yeah, wow. All right. All right. Yeah, I'm just thinking about what I want to do here. We're coming up into this heavily heavy resistance range up here. We've been rejected off of many times, but that's some good data. So now I'm thinking, look at SPY last 3 days. Yeah, let me take a look. I'm just gonna pull it up on another screen I have just to make it a little easier. Gaps every pre-market on the SPY for the last 3 days have gotten filled. Kind of is what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? All right. So I think I'm gonna stop myself out here. Um, Now that we've had that good data release and we've seen this push up into this range here, or I'm sorry, push up into this past the pre-market highs and continuing breaking above these highs over here. Let's see if we have anything on. Yeah, I know. Definitely getting a stronger push up now. Yep. I mean, Friday gap didn't fill. Thursday was a gap up and moved higher on open and then tanked. Friday gap down and then moved lower on open and then came back. No gap fill. Yeah. Oh. Hmm. Today gap up, moved higher on open and testing Thursday high. The only thing is the data though. I think we can. I didn't expect that. That kind of caught me off guard. We have created a few fair value gaps on the way up. There's one right here as well. There's a few actually. So we have this one. Got this one. And this one. And currently this one. So, I mean, with all those fair value gaps off that pretty persistent move up, um, my gut doesn't want me to stop myself out just because of the kind of movement we've seen since Sunday. Um, and especially since we've consistently seen rejections off this. Let's go to a bigger time frame, like the 1 hour. You can see every time it kind of gets slapped off this zone. These wicks dumped. These wicks kind of dumped. Yeah, so just keeping an eye on that, on what my gut's telling me. I feel like we could see some downside pressure, but Thursday high. Yeah, All right, so let's see how this little guy closes here. Oh wait, I forgot to do the drawing on the 15-minute. Bummer. Oh, okay, so that would have worked out. That was his kind of school run strategy there. The break above these highs. So what were these highs? So it was 4,009. So it would have been the break of 4,009 is when the long should have been implemented for the school run strategy. Completely forgot about that. Bummer. All right. Small fair value gap there as well. And as we're seeing this continuation on the push up, I'm still short, but losing faith. 10:30 typically reversal period, which is 15 minutes from now. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely see a continuation up higher as well. I'm not too concerned at this point. I'm playing it pretty small in size this morning. Just some MES contracts as we wake up for Monday morning, at least for me. Um, but yeah, I should be long. So if we can, I'm thinking if we see a pullback down to this range, would I want to just move to a long position? Maybe. I like to leverage my entire account on Mondays. Yeah, Mondays are an intense day then. Be careful there, bud. That's leverage the whole account on a Monday. You got the whole week. Oh, okay. So you're just not risking the whole farm there. I gotcha. All right. How is the Nasdaq doing? And just check out the dollar here. Do these off. That's better. So this dollar's just been dumping. Wow. All right. So it looks like things are gonna continue on up higher for a little while. So there is like some intraday gap, or I'm sorry, from some gaps on SPY got filled around 401.34. So I'm just looking at it on another screen right here, and interesting to see how SPY might react to that level. It's pretty close there. We got up to 401 like 28. So I want to see how that reacts over there. It is kind of not major resistance. We could easily bust out of it and keep going, but um, yeah, as of right now, it does look like there might be some more upside potential. I'm just trying to see on this other chart here to see if it's worth holding to that level because we're so close. We're like 30 cents away on SPY. I don't really want to stop myself out when I'm 30 cents away from a potential rejection level that I could see on like a 15-minute chart on SPY. But again, just some thoughts that are ping-balling around in my head. My friend says you should risk 20% of your account size for a week on day trades. The theory being if you're wrong 5 times in a row, then you get wiped out. Okay, huh. Yeah, I've definitely heard a lot of interesting theories on like sizing in and things of that nature. I definitely could improve, I'm sure. I don't know what the best way is overall. 402.20 is what you're saying on SPY potential level. Or is that the Thursday's highs? Yeah, that's Thursday's highs. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we fill this gap down here um, from the weekly gap on the SPY. We have all these fair value gaps that have gotten created on the way up from this rally through Sunday and Friday. The only thing I'm concerned about is this dollar is really dumping. I mean, we're down a lot on the dollar, and it's still selling off hard. Um, so obviously, we're going to see an inverse correlation between the U.S. 500 and dollar. So I think this could be a potential bounce point for it because it's got this final fair value gap there. What does the weekly look like on this dollar? Yeah, filled that weekly fair value gap. What about the daily? Yeah, 12 hour doesn't look so great. 4 hour. I'm just going to set an alert here if we break below this. I definitely want to know. That'd be pretty bullish for the US 500 in my opinion. Right into the algo session, right? Sandwich break for the New Yorkers. Yeah, that sounds nice. Use a sandwich break. All right, so that fair value gap got filled. You can see here the low of this wick touched the high of that wick. I just saw your message there, Richard. That's funny. Seriously, it's massive. They all leave their desks and things go one way because the algorithms trading take over. Meanwhile, their crowd zone is made cold and takes them it makes them late back to their trading desks. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of truth to the fact that they gotta eat, man. They're human. And then we have this little intraday gap here that just opened on the 5 minute at this 4013.7. Nice spot so far. It's not a bull flag for me. Yeah, I mean it with this data coming in, I didn't expect. So new home those pending home sales were hotter than expected. So I mean I know sometimes like even good news right now can just bring the market down because they're looking for some kind of indication that the economy's cooling from the Federal Reserve level. But I don't think you're gonna be too upset about some good data. Like I'm just taking a look at the Nasdaq right now. I just want to see the comparison and see if we're having any form of divergence compared to the US 500. Not really. We still have these higher. We broke above the pre-market highs and we're staying above them. Broke above the pre-market highs and we're staying above them. So on Friday we saw a difference where, um, or was it Thursday or last Friday we saw a difference where the Nasdaq was not making new highs, staying below those pre-market highs, and the S&P 500 wasn't. So there's definitely an indication that we saw some potential more downside. Um, as of right now, I don't. We seem to be holding pretty well. fun is over for the Bulls. Maybe. I don't know. I'm looking at this right here, and it's it's making me think like this could get bought up real easy. Like I could see this closing almost above these highs actually. But I'm not convinced yet. It's it's, it's like an observational aspect that I feel like this could get bought up because when you see this candle kind of open up at its low, or it opens up, immediately dumps, has no upside wick. We still have 3 minutes left in the candle. It could easily flip completely bullish and catch a lot of people off guard since we swept those lows there. But um, yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering. Hmm. Yeah, for us to bounce off, excuse me, for us to bounce off that level, government, yeah, like 2 minutes left in this candle. I want to see how this closes. The last 2 minutes are really interesting, and these 5 minute candles, in my opinion, probably the most interesting. First 3 minutes are kind of just like a pump fake, in my opinion. Obviously, my bias is short. I have two short positions on the MES, um, but I do have to look at this objectively and trade the chart. Well, that's better, but so the low of this candle right now is 4,009 and a half, and the high of candle on this one is 4,009. So it almost filled the fair value gap, but it didn't quite do it. Very close though. All right, so just a little intraday gap on the 5 minute open here. So this one closed at 4,011, and this one has a high of 4,010.7. So just something to note there. I'm just going to put an alert So it could be a potential resistance point if we were to break down lower, come back up to there, or we could just tap it immediately. Why did it go off? Is some kind of a glitch there? Didn't hit 4,011, but it just went off. My alert went off. Did I set it up wrong or something? All right, we're getting a nice little dump there. Cleared out these, cleared out those. Coming into this one. We're in at 11. Let's see if we get a large bounce out of this, though. Still have a lot of time left on this 5 minute. All right. Come on. I had an order at 6 to buy because that was the fill of that fair value gap. It hit 6, but it didn't fill me. That was unfortunate. All right, so it filled me there. I guess I kind of got out a little too soon there. Small little $50 winner. How do you measure fair value gap area? Good question. So essentially, we're looking for the difference between the high of this wick, for example. Actually, this one's better. It's got a bigger, clearer gap. So the high of this wick right here on this 5 minute candle at 650 is going to be 4,004 and a half, right? So it's right here, 4,004 and a half. And then if you check the low of this candle over here, it'd be 4,006 and a half. So that gap in between is considered a fair value gap. So right there would be, you could consider that a fair value gap. So FVG for short. And it basically algorithmically is higher probability that you'd see the asset retrace to those levels. And then you could also see another one right here. So that's why I wanted out at 6, was that where that fair value got filled, which is right around here. Since you see the high of this candle, which is 4,005, and the low of this candle was 4,002 and a half. So that gap in between was kind of one of the target zones. And then let's see. There might be something on a smaller time frame on why we might have bounced. Not exactly sure. I'm just looking in. But yeah. All right, so now we're looking definitely a breaker candle there. All right, so we just filled that fair value gap right here, about 4,000. There's another one down here. All All right, so then we saw that kind of school run strategy go into a reverse mode there. What's going on with my alerts? What's that? 99. So now we have a large fair value gap from here to here. Pardon me, I'm sorry about that. So that would be the same thing. Potential retracement up to this level at some point. Broke low that, yeah. So now I'm kind of looking for a little kickback up to regain short. Just want to confirm, yeah. Nasdaq has done the same, so a good short entry would be around this range. 12,110 if we can get a kickback up there. Low of that candle on the Nasdaq, low of this candle, 4,010. Since we broke that low day, that kind of confirms we could see new lows. Pretty substantial immediate drop down, anticipating a small kickback up. Like to get re-short around this 4,009 range if we get it. I'll probably do a great entry to get short on the move up. So I'm gonna start setting short orders probably at 7. I got out. That's still pretty low. 7 is still pretty low. Let me see. What's good for more downside? Yeah, I would agree. Oh, and now this fair value, yeah, just got filled. I wonder if we'll see a bounce off of that at all. Wow, that's a really, really clean bounce off of there. Just a very clean bounce off that level. What was this high? 3,992.7 and this low, 3,992.7. So just a perfect bounce off of that fair value gap getting filled. The higher this candle, down to the low of this candle. All right, so we just filled that intraday gap there. It's a pretty substantial push. It was like a 7-point push in like 30 seconds there. I definitely want to get a short up in this range. Let's see what the 15-minute is. Just because we had a new 15-minute candle just open up. So that's a large fair value gap all the way up to 12. I don't think we're going to get a retrace all the way up there unless this is just one massive bull flag. Oh, and you can see the fair value gap on the 15-minute. It was as well that got filled there. So that was also a perfect bounce off that 15-minute fair value gap. You can see the high of this candle and the lower of this wick perfectly bounced off. All right. Back in the money. Yeah, this has been a choppy one, I bet, for the premiums. I wonder how those premiums played out. I know some people have just absolutely excelled in options, and I'm unfortunately just not one of those people. All right. I want to see how. Let's see DXY. Wow, this dollar has just been getting pummeled. But those are some pretty significant bounces there. So I'm going to cancel this order to sell at 7 because I think it's a little too soon. I am anticipating a kickback up and a little bit higher than that. And then the plan is to get re-short since we kind of slept these lows um, on the US 500 and the US 100. Now, I want to see what the US 30 looks like. Hmm. So the US 30 still has not filled its fair value gap, and it's did make new lows just like every other index. So it just got like a few points away. Retest 402, you think, and then short. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, I wanted to get out at this, where was it? It was this level here. Um, I talked about it before. There's that fair value gap fill level. The other reasoning behind that too was we saw those pre-market highs get broken on the US 500, US 30, and the US 100. So with that positive data as well, my stomach was telling me, I don't really want to see this pulled all the way down to here and then go make new highs and have that just be a new higher low. So that was the other reasoning behind it. Now that we saw those previous lows today get swept, if we get a kick back up into this range, um, I definitely want to be getting short again. So yeah, I would agree with you there, Woodchip. Whoops, there we go. Someone call me that one. Now, these are some long wicks down in here too. So I mean, there's definitely some buyers in this range that are just keep pushing it back up a little below that 4,000 mark on the MES or the ES. Yeah, that's so it's the first new lower low since this candle. We swept those two. This is a short. Yeah. Hmm. There we go. Some serious dumps there. Mm-mm. Yeah. Yeah, still not into the gap area and SPY. Yeah, at this point, I mean, for us to see SPY fill its gap, I mean, that's definitely on the table. We definitely are kind of ruining that possibility of seeing a higher high. So I do like the idea of you getting short. I just want to be strategic with the shorts. So on the 5 minute, I'd want to be getting short up in that range. The 1 minute, I don't like to use the 1 minute too much, but here would be a great spot. If we get up here to fill that 1 minute at least intraday gap, I'd be starting my grid entry short up here. So if we can get a kick back up to here, this would be the start of the grid entry short. Um, and then, obviously these other gaps would be great additional adds. But we can see there how that other gap reacted. It was an instantly we filled it and then dumped. So definitely I'd want to be adding short here. Short is at 4,000.9. Let's take a look. Wow, they're really, that's a lot of buyers are stepping up with these long wick ones. I mean, what was the high of this one? So 97 and a half. So I mean, it's like 6 points away. I love this. So I'm setting up short orders beginning at 10. I got another one at 12. I think I'll do another one. 16. Now these are just grid orders based off of short positions near this area. So I believe it should be around 4,009 to 4,010 in this range for the MES. I think we'll get a kick up here, maybe even a kick up here, and then I'd like to see a dump. So something along the lines of like, maybe some kind of a retracement, pullback, we get up into this zone, get short, and then, then we'd want to see the continuation down to fill these fair value gaps. This one, and then this one. But I do like the short bias overall. So I'm going to add one more at 9, because that's 4 points from here. And let's see, we got to 6. So this is 4,000, it's basically 6. So if we were to go 3 more points, basically, we might need to get short at 8. So you said no trend lines, snap one from 1025 high to 1030 extend to the right. Um, Let me see if I can figure this out. Yeah, I kind of assumed you already used your time. Did you want? No, do you want 5 minute? Kind of like this. Yeah, and yeah, this is TradingView. Yep, yep. So yeah, I definitely see what you're saying there. So far, it's been respecting it. I mean, we're coming up to see it now. I still want to see this level trade, this 4,003.7, just because that 1 minute gap. You can use the magnet tool to snap automatically. Huh, that's cool. I'm not sure how to do that. I wonder. Strong magnet. Huh. Magnet. Oh, here we go. Is this like the magnet? Magnet mode is on. All right. Strong magnet. And then is that how you do it? All right. So I think I got it. Snap to the next five. Then select extend to the next five, like this one. So what did we get there? We got 4,006 and a quarter, and then we're seeing kind of this rejection off of it. This one? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not the best when it comes to trend lines. I'm just gonna remove it for now. Um, I know there's definitely a lot of great um, trading setups when it comes to trend lines. I've just never implemented a successful strategy with it. So I'm gonna continue to. I mean, I love looking at them, and I enjoy that. I can see other people's perspectives because that's how people make decisions, you know. But at the end of the day, I gotta trade what's working for me. It's just a reference to check. Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's a great reference. I mean, sometimes I'll look at like the MACD or the RSI because that's such a heavily used indicator, but I don't necessarily make trading decisions based off of that solely. It's just important to note, you know, a good reference point. Like many um, traders follow it, and right now it's indicating a potential something, you know. So it's good to use it as a reference. Absolutely. All right, let's see if we can break above these sixes here. So that was the exit at 4,006. Um, Obviously, it was a little premature. It was like, I think around here I got out. So I ended up leaving, you know, almost 9 points on the table there. But I want to get reshort up here. And then this could move quick since there's not much resistance here. If we push up, I'd like to add to the short. Obviously, we see new highs today. That invalidates everything. But I definitely like the idea of entering a grid short in this range to this range, have an average somewhere around the middle to this zone. If we can get there, that's always a big if. We may not. All right, well, I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back though. But I have my orders set and I'll leave them. So if we get filled, hopefully we get filled. But I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the restroom real quick. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Sorry about that. I ended up going to the bathroom, but then my dog wanted to go out, so I had to take him out. Um, Real quick, I clearly didn't get filled. We ended up dumping like almost immediately as I went to the restroom there. Yeah, almost to pre-market lows, definitely. All right, so we saw this fair value gap get filled. Wow, just true melt. The 8 EMA crossing the 21 on the 5 minute is gold. Let's take a look. I'm curious. I bet it has like a perfect um, kind of confirmation with this one today because it seems like all right. There's the 8 and 21 right at 10:50 Eastern time. Let's take a look. Oh, whoops! I did 921. That's a little big. Right, and then we'll just make this a different color to make it easier to see. Yellow's not a good idea. All right. Red. So right at that crossing point right there, indicating, yeah, yeah, that's a good. And then it got rejected right there off of it too, there and there. Yeah, yeah. I guess that worked out pretty well right then. I appreciate you telling me about that magnet because it makes even just drawing out this fair value gap so much easier. I should have probably known about that. I use that as the Bible if you believe in that. Yeah, I just learned after 3 years. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's how I feel right now. Learn something new every day. I appreciate you for sharing that. Yeah, no, I assume you were talking about the magnet tool there. So, I just want to check out the dollar real quick, just see how that was doing, because this morning it was really selling off, which was pushing our kind of indexes up, and we're seeing this recovery ever since the 725 we saw the low, and then right here, and 725 is this candle right here where we failed to make breakout there. Um, so it's interesting to see how that dollar really changed things. I don't trade the dollar. I just like looking at it as a tool, trying to give me a gauge of where we might see. So there's got a fair value gap there um, on the dollar, and another one there. So if we see the dollar push up to there, that would definitely put a lot more downside pressure on the US 500. If we see the dollar push up to there, I mean, we'd probably close this fair value gap down here. Hard to make money now for entries unless we break pre-market. I've never traded currency. My experience, trader friend told me don't do it. Yeah, I mean, I think you can have some terrible events with currencies because it's so much macroeconomic data driven that if you have some kind of a trade deal that gets announced, like for example, if one country, let's say like Canada, uh, or I guess what would be a better example for currencies? I don't know, some like Australia and the US, since those are trading pairs for currencies. If there was some kind of new deal announced, you could just like between governments, you could just see these massive swings, and there's no way of really anticipating that. I was recently looking at Euro to US. Yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, I like using them as gauges again. I mean, we continue to see that push on the dollar, and we continue to see that dump on the US. The divergence is pretty good on the chart, but that's not my trade so far. Pre-market lows. Yeah, I mean, this is just should have just held the shorts, I guess. Wow. Now is a good short for rail into the gap. Look at SPY. Let me take a look at the real SPY. I'll pull it up on here actually. I keep looking at it on a different chart on a different screen, but I'll just look at it on here. It's cleaner to see the breakup pattern. So yeah, we broke those pre-market lows on SPY. Um, Definitely, I can see what you're talking about there. I can see a potential bounce off of this wick zone maybe, because this was the PCE data that we got. But yeah, if we could just see a fully retrace, because then we have the weekly gap that needs to get filled. So that would be the fill of the weekly gap here. And it's also the fill of a daily gap at 396.38. 396.38. Okay. That top look you're looking at is pre-market from another session. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. It's the PCE data. So this is right when we had that PCA data released. So I'm interested to see. I think we'd have a bounce off of that top wick there. That's actually also, just a lot of probably liquidity because of the gap in general. But yeah, it looks like we're getting a little bit of a bounce off that wick. I agree. I think they'll definitely see the higher Friday, but I'm just thinking maybe a micro little bounce for the short term. Nothing to really make a trade off of there, but I'm just thinking that'd be like an exit if I was still kind of short many contracts. I'd, well, not many, but like if I was in a short position, that'd be where I'd want to exit at least one contract, just because that's where you'd see potential liquidity. So yeah, what was the high of this candle was 396.13, and the low of this one was. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I think I did that wrong. The high of this one was $397.63. The low of this one was $397.63. So exactly to the penny. We might come up to fill this fair value gap here. Yeah, exactly. I find it interesting too. You might not necessarily have a trade off of it per se, but it's interesting to note, to observe and see how price action reacts. All right, so now we're coming in to fill this fair value gap up here. The high of this wick meeting the low of that wick. That was a gap fill, actually. Yeah, I know. It seems that way. It was a perfect bounce there. I just want to see what it looked like on the US 500. So it's the bottom of these wicks here. Low of 3,981.4 with a, wait, yeah, low of 3,981.4 and a low here of 3,981.5. So it's the bottom of those wicks. It seems more significant when you compare it to SPY with those pre-market levels. With the gap fill, as you said. All right. So yeah, on the 5-minute, I was on this guy. Another exit would be at the high of this wick here, 3,900 and basically 78. And then there's another gap, fair value gap down here. That would have been a good bounce trade, actually, off that one. It's definitely counter move, which you don't want to be doing. But now, we do have some fair value gaps on here as well. So, I mean, there's definitely potential. Previous day gap fills with one still existing for today are not as strong, so I'd expect to bounce lower. Yeah, I think a continuation lower to probably fill this gap would be on the table. Definitely see the highs of Friday probably. It's interesting to note that we bounced right at that where that PCE data had that gap on from Friday. So I want to see if this turns into more of a significant bounce, or if we just see a 55 EMA crossing over the 21 would be bearish. 396 is the crossover. Okay. Let's see. I can pull those up pretty quick. I want to see. Haven't seen the 55. I'm just trying to see if there's any. Oh yeah, I guess I could. I didn't put it up on this one. Now, overall, I'm still wanting to see lower, but man, I should have just held on to my shorts from earlier and potentially added to them. I want to see what that. Why did we get rejected in this range? All right, so we have this 1 minute intraday gap here. Still haven't quite filled it, but just basically, I think it'd be like 4, like 3,994. You guys said I'm about to go short again. Yeah, I want to be short. Just feel like I haven't. I don't like how I ended up exiting so soon with that short earlier. So now psychologically, there's a part of me that, you know, was thinking like entering at different short levels prior prior than those where I exited was a little frustrating, especially since I thought we'd get a push up to much higher. Um, so that's a little annoying, but I definitely want to be getting short. I think if we come up to this zone, that'd be interesting. I do want to play it strategic. Um, consider getting short up here in this zone. Um, I still like these levels short, but if we were to go from all the way down here to back up to here, that'd be a little less convincing. So, hmm. I'm just checking out these different time frames here. There's the 15-minute. So this 15-minute is coming up to fill this fair value gap here. The only other fair value gap on the 15-minute would be this guy. Yeah, definitely something to clear the mind. Because you gotta just shake it off and accept the fact of what it is. Yeah, because it is frustrating, that I didn't hold the position, didn't add to the position. Um, Once it started to go into my favor, that was a mistake. Probably should have zoomed out on a higher time frame to do a different analysis. But like I said earlier, it was a different situation. So right now, no entry yet. I don't think. Yeah, I mean it's going to be tough to try and find the perfect kind of entry in this situation. I definitely want to see maybe a little bit of a kick up to get short. Right now, it's just been that perfect bounce off that wick on SPY. So that would have been it's kind of a significant support point that's holding the low as we continue to push higher. So I don't know if that's going to be a pivot point for us right at 8:30. So I think it'll revisit soon and slower, soon being 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah. Um, with this bounce over here, I think I'm gonna just cancel these orders and get ready to get short at a lower point. Um, if we fill this like kind of fair value gap, um, definitely a nice entry because we have a fair value gap on the US 500 with SPY coinciding. Should be similar. Like they all have very similar gaps because they're similar products, the same thing basically. But it's always nice to double check and there's no like printed wicks from like an interesting order that went through or something like that. Um, so definitely want to observe that. It's on the 15-minute. No, no, 10-minute. I'm just kind of comparing this from like the last week just to see how these interact in a comparative level. I just wanted, because we had this dump last Thursday. We swept through those lows and then found kind of a bottom. Friday we swept through those lows, found kind of a bottom, but we didn't have, similar one would be kind of this gap up and dump. Not trying to say that's going to happen, but I just like to look for maybe a historical reference, recent patterns, what might be developing. Um, 30-minute, what happened? So the bottom on last Thursday was 8:30, and that's currently what we have right here. It did close at its lows though. Mm, mm. I'm still liking the more downside though. New hourly candle opening up in 5 minutes here. And a 2 hour candle opening up in 5 minutes as well. Look how bearish that candle looks on the 2 hour chart. It's fully engulfing bearish 2 hour candle. Look at this fair value gap down here. really paints a different picture on this higher time frame. Not even too much. It's only a 2 hour chart, you know. Um, so that fair value gap goes even lower than this one. Close at 70 basically. Down, yeah. It makes me want to reaffirm that I want to get short on pops. The interesting thing to note though is like it's an up day, you know? Like I mean we're up 0.45%. Um, this one says it's a 0.5%, almost 0.5% on SPY. US 100 up almost up 0.9% on the Nasdaq. If you want to erase your mind, look at the 30-minute. I definitely want to erase my mind. Yeah. Um, all right, so 4 hour bearish engulfing candle, but there's still 2 hours left on this candle, so that's not really too much to say there. Let's see, 3 hour. 2 minutes left on the 3 hour chart. Similar setup. The hardest part of trading is knowing you're looking for comfort in your trade by seeking indicators, whether it be larger time frames or VIX or Dow or whatever you would search to find comfort. Yeah, right. That's a great way to analyze the kind of situation I'm in at the moment, looking for comfort to take a trade. I think when it comes to looking for comfort and looking for good entries, I think they should be similar, but there also has to be a little bit more guts and risk taking for pulling the trigger. I know it was a counter trend move, but thinking back to it, that might have been a nice long off here. And overall, you're right. Seeking comfort in your trade is not going to be the best way to execute if you're kind of fearful inside. Having said that, I mean, looking at the Nasdaq, we've been chopping around this range, just in this little block. So that's been 740 for an hour. On the US 500, it's had a little bit more for sure for 740. That's actually interesting to note. To see the decline compared, we're sitting much lower. '30-minute kind of helps me stay centered in direction for day.
30-minute SPY is bouncing off 21 EMA, but made lower low. All right, so new hourly candle, new 30-minute candle. Yeah, we have to learn our bad habits and correct them, and that's what separates us. Um, yeah, absolutely. We have this fair value gap here on SPY on the hourly. That would get filled at 398.57. So having a little bit of a kick up. That would just be not much at all. That would just only be up to here. Oh, my bad. I've just been looking at this other chart, mainly on another screen here, but California actually, yeah, yeah, it's originally anyway. Since you're asking where I hail from, that was the original. Hmm. I'm thinking about this 90 range, 3,989 keeps getting bounced off of. I wonder if we'll see a sweep through it or if we can break below it. Hmm. Wow, Oakland, small world, man. Originally it was like Hayward and Richmond, so right near you. That's wild. East Bay. You're still just seeing that bounce off of this 3,990 level. I guess we get the 88 again. Um, oh, I just missed that. Lived in LA 20 years. Lived 20 years LA, then East Bay 3, then Texas. Then LA, then East Bay, 10 years now. Love it, accept the cost. Yeah, I know. I feel that. The costs are definitely, they're pretty high over there. I mean, I think the move is to sail for life, but all right. Yeah, you know, a little bit of a buy up here. I'm kind of thinking we might get this bounce up here. It seems like long in those 3,988s have been the move for a little bit now. Obviously, it's a counter trend move, but I I want to probably get short in this zone up here. Been talking about that for a little while now. If we get the kick up there, but it's kind of fascinating to see those consistent bounces off that 3,988 zone. If we go back a little bit further, it's like right around that 3,988, like right there. We can gain those bounces off of it. Um, hmm. It's a consolidation break lower. Yeah, I have to agree, and but at the same time, I really am wanting to get short up at these fair value gaps if they get filled. Um, no reason to think that it's going to do that. I'm not getting long by any means, but like I'm just thinking like if we, I just want to get that move up there. If we get that move up there, I'd probably be getting short. And man, three nine nine three I think is next short. Yeah, I think if we get a kick up, um, that's a definitely good spot as well. Since we don't have any bars closing in that range there, that's definitely algorithmically looked at as like a gap a lot of the time. So I could definitely see a move up there. All right, so we're seeing a breakdown through new lower lows, an intraday gap getting formed here on the 5-minute, breaking down into this fair value gap area below those wicks. It does appear it could be right there going for that gap on SPY. 397.25 was Friday high on SPY. as we come up to fill this intraday gap here at 3,985.8. Be interesting to see if we get a rejection because we formed a new intraday gap on this candle as well down here. We're finally seeing a breakout of this range here. So I'm going to be getting into a short position here if they'll fill me. Short now. I'm short here because we just filled on the hourly a fair value gap. You can see this fair value gap just got filled right there. So I'm just looking for a small pullback. Just putting a stop loss basically at break even now, since we're up a little over 100 on the trade. I don't want to see it go against me. Bummer. Okay, so we stopped out there. It was a very small profit trade. We got short with about 10 little minis, I'm sorry, micros there. Um, we got short at I got short at 3,998. I did that because of this fair value gap filling on the 1 hour. I instantly was up a few points in profit, so I wanted to put a stop loss in. Only took one contract for basically a profit there. The rest were just it was like, I think I made like 30 bucks on that trade. So basically nothing. The short was this fill on the fair value gap. So we filled it right here. The low of this candle is where I got short. I might have had my stop loss just a little bit too tight, but after it was up about 100 in profit, I just wanted to put a stop loss to break even there. So we have these two fair value gaps down below. Maybe if we can see a continued push up to here, get another short, tag those. So it's looking like I had that stop loss set too tight there. I got stopped out on this candle right here. I should have set the stop loss for probably like a break of this high or just a break even. Um, just in hindsight there, just analyzing what could have done better in the future. We're currently entering a long position. It is going to be a small short-term trade. What we're seeing here seems to be kind of this bull flag formation here, with these the high wick here, two descending, making a higher high. It's just going to be kind of a shorter term trade. I just think in the meantime, it's kind of a validation that we're going to fill this fair value gap up here in like 5 points. So yeah. When this candle closes, the best entry that I want would be a retest of this high, which would be 3,990.7. The exits I'm targeting would be here, the low of this candle, which would be 3,997. So it's about 6 points. Looking, and then stop loss would probably be the break of this low here in validation. So that'd be about 3 points. So here we come. I want to add there. I think it got to like 60.5. That'd be the high of this candle. If I get it, I don't know if I'll get it. Now we saw the break above this high, more confirmation that the push will continue. I'm going to just add one here. All right, so what did they fill me at? 88.5. So I'm in with two, average at 77.75. Again, targeting the low of this candle at 8:05 Pacific Standard Time. Still have more orders, willing to add more. I want this as my entry, so I'll get 6.5. Just got filled. All right, so now we're going to want to see this push up. We're in at 66.5. Again, targeting the low of this candle, 3,900. I'm sorry, 3,997. In with almost two ES contracts. Again, stop loss, low of this candle. Definitely seeing a lot of downside pressure here. Not what you want to see in the last 2 minutes of a 5-minute candle. Could be indicating a pretty rough close, but we'll wait and see. I'm just preparing to put a stop loss in place. Oh no. Shoot. That was a sell limit? Okay, that was an accident. What the heck? I thought I had my stop loss. Mistake on my part. Major mistake. I want back in. Oh, that's a bummer. I thought I had stop loss selected. It did not. No. It's just gonna run now. Oh, that's frustrating. It's just breaking out. Alright, back into one. That's frustrating. Two. Oh, we have this intraday gap down here. Maybe we'll fill it and I can get some. It's annoying. That's annoying. I really wanted to just put my stop loss in it. I meant to do sell stop loss, but I think I just shoot. All right, at least I got two right now. Still targeting the same thing. Um, same situation. Stop loss, low of this candle. Target bottom of this candle. I had so many more contracts, but maybe maybe I'll get some more and we'll get a little bit of a pullback down. Oh, so we have a new hourly candle just opened. That's important to note. How's the 30-minute close? This prior 30-minute close pretty bullish. It had dropped all the way to new lows and then got bought all the way back up to close near its highs. Oh. All right, so we're making a new high here. High of this wick is 3,994.5. You could see some potential resistance right there. So the high, or I'm sorry, the low of this candle should be around 4,004.5. So that's why I put a sell order there. Did want to exit there. All right, so I got one more filled there at 3,997. So I have an average now of 3 minis at 3,998. So I'm gonna add one more sell order down to 4,004.5. This gap here should be around 3,996. So that I have another order there to buy one more. So I just want to check the 30-minute here. So we have this fair value gap that opened. It's actually right here and there. So between this high of 3,988.5 and this low of 3,991, that's that gap. So we could see it go all the way down to 88.5 to fill that fair value gap as well. But I'd like that to be remain open. We fill this, I get out, and then I can get short potentially to fill that up to the downside. So I might have done my math wrong because this one is a low of 3,997 and this one is a high of 3,995.7. So it's only like 1.2 points away. So I think I did my math wrong. I don't think it's 4,004 and a half. I think it's more like 4,002 and a half or something like that. Yeah, we still got 0.8 to go. But it's just about filled for that fair value gap. I'm just going to take off these buy orders since we don't want this anymore. We got rid of almost everything there. All right, so out of those three, so it came up to 3,996 and a half, and the target was 3,997. So the math was a little off. I think it'll go to 93, maybe 4,003. Sometimes it can be a little difficult looking at these ones, comparing the futures contracts to the like CFDs and the actual index. So my math was a little off there by like a point and a half, or like a point and a quarter or something like that. New 15 minutes opening up now. I think I might want to wonder if 403 is a good short now that I'm talking about getting out at 403 because we filled the fair value gap. So now we also have fair value gap below. Alright, so we're up almost $250 on the day now, looking to get a short position at 4,003 due to the fair value gap getting filled here. Now, let's see. Where do we get rejected on the 1 minute? So yeah, we can come up a little bit higher actually. We still have this. And then, all of this that's up for grabs too. I don't know if they want to try and retrace this entire move. But the good news is, we got 3,997.2, and we're seeing a rejection off of that, and that was the trade. So with the stop loss below this candle starting to go along in this range here, targeting 3,997, that was the trade. It worked out good. I'm happy about that. Interesting to see if we reject here off this zone, right off that close of the fair value gap. So yeah, just a perfect rejection off of that. Well, pretty much. and the close of this candle right here. So these. Now I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a push up to this C4000 get tested, just because of that psychological level. There's also that fair value gap all the way up to here to 3,999.5 on the 1 minute. We have these larger time frame fair value gaps. The trend is kind of still holding together here, so it'd be interesting to see if we see it up to here. But oh shoot, my dog needs to go out and pee real quick, so I'm gonna be right back. I just took that order off because my dog's got to pee. But I want to see this. This would be another potential short at 3,999.5, and right here where they fill this fair value gap at that zone as well. So, but my dog's got to pee, so I got to be right back. I'm just gonna put this on the 5-minute chart, and I'll be back real soon. Okay. All right, yeah, that's definitely so we saw that rejection off there. Now that I'm back from my little dog walk there, um, I guess that was the high there where I was looking to get out. 3,997, 3,997.2 was the high there. Retrace down. This fair value gap has now been filled since this low has gone past it. Let's see. The high of this wick is 3,983. Low here 3,987.7. Alright, so this one just got filled. 30-minute about to tell the tale on break lower. Yeah, I was just looking at that 30-minute candle there. Even the hourly. Here's the hourly. I mean, this thing is looking like it's coming down. I think we're gonna see new lower lows on the day. Um, just trying to strategize on where I want to get short. Here's some short opportunities here in this fair value gap, and maybe up here. Yeah, this 30-minute. We have 10 minutes left. Okay, so I'm starting off on a small short position here. I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. We just filled this fair value gap down here. Keep in mind we have more to the upside, and this is it's kind of starting to look a little more bullish at the moment. Um, hmm. Yeah, this is kind of starting to look like a bull flag here. But I'm short here for a small position. But now that I'm looking at it like this, I might want to flip long just based off of this. Yeah. What's the high of this? I'll stop out after the high of this. So 3,994 and a half, 3,994.2, 95. Okay, yeah, stopped out of that one. That's starting to look more bullish to me. I'm seeing this there. All right. All right. I'm yeah. Okay. I'm going to try and go long off the high of this candle here, 3,992.7. We have a low here of 3,994.7, so 2 points below. Should be around 98. I hope I get it. Might not get it though. Alright, I'm getting one short here. We're trading below these lows. I think we're going to be filling these fair value gaps. Not the best entry by any means, but I think these fair value gaps down below could be targeted. Whoops. So I accidentally had too many orders set there, but it worked out well. So I got short at 91 or 4,001 and 3/4. I bought it back 3 points lower, and then I forgot I had a buy order at 98, and then I just sold that one at 98.7 just because I forgot about that one. So it was that fair value gap there that I was targeting on that time frame. Now I just want to where was it? Yeah, it was the 10-minute time frame. Now we filled this fair value gap on the 1-hour chart, which is really interesting. It could be a potential bounce point if we're going to see anything go higher. This 4-hour candle is looking kind of bearish here. But again, that's just kind of after we had this one going down, closing here, pumped up and then dropped down. 1 hour, yeah. 30-minute. Another fair value gap to get filled on, I think it's the 5-minute down here. Could be down here and here. That'll be kind of one of the last points for us to have a bounce with a higher high, maybe a continuation to see this intraday gap get filled. So I'm debating taking a long around this range. So, and then this one filled on the way up. Then we have this fair value gap here as well. So what is this going to be at? So this candle right here is a high of 3,988.7, and we have a low here of 3,991.2. So a few more points to go there. We got a low of 97 here, and that's 91. 91 is 97. Alright, so I'm going to put a buy order here at 3,994 on the ES, which would be about the high of this candle here, filling this fair value gap. So I'm just deleting that one there because the fair value gap has been filled. Only one here. Looking to go long here. I'm pondering the thought that we might see a move down here or sweep these lows, activate a whole bunch of stop outs because it would break that kind of structure, would fill this fair value gap, and then we'd move on higher. Kind of like a fake out possibility there. If that's the case, I'd want my entry closer to 3,992. And then obviously we have this intraday 5-minute gap down here that, you know, definitely be swept towards. Alright, so we just filled that fair value gap. So we came about halfway, almost. Yeah, about halfway. And then reversed up, filled this fair value gap. It makes me wonder if we're just not going to see this and we're just going to continue to fill this gap up here, this fair value gap. So, something to consider. And if we were to come down, I don't know if I don't really want to market order into this, but closing above this high would. Taking this buy order off just for a moment since we have this new what's going on? There we go. Just because we have this new 30-minute opening up here, and having zoomed out a little bit on these larger time frames, you know, this could be like a little a bear flag here setting up, like if we sweep these lows, but just something to think about. Just kind of making an observation of that, but Okay, so I'm setting up a grid entry right now. Basically, I'm going to be entering long positions as we begin to fill these fair value gaps. I'm starting to think, because of this kind of possibility that we might see both of these get filled close to each other, if we don't just rally right now and push on up, then I want to be entering in kind of this grid long formation. Um, you know, I'm not 100% certain that these are going to get tricked or filled, but it would be a basically, it'd be looking like a long entry as these fair value gaps get filled towards the downside. But right now, it's looking like we might just push. So I know this is kind of a big range here, but basically from this kind of 90 level or this 89 level down to this 79 level um, until we make new lows would be kind of a grid entry just because of these fair value gaps getting created down here. With the expectation that we kind of move up towards this level. Alright, so we saw that we filled this fair value gap over here, so I got rid of those little annotations, and then we saw that we broke the structure here and filled this fair value gap. So I've gotten filled with 4 little micros for the MES, and still have 7 more orders to get filled long. Targets above would be the low of this candle here at 11:10 Pacific Standard Time, and then continuation targets up here and up here for these larger fair value gaps if we get a move like that. Obviously, if we see an invalidation of the trade, potentially new lows on day, it'd probably be a stop out since we're pretty close to those new lows a day. So yeah, I think that's kind of the plan as of right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this 3,900 and like 82 to 80s get traded. Wouldn't be surprised at all. We have a new fair value gap opening up here. So currently just in with about half an ES contract, exactly half an ES contract. So in at 92, 3,992 is my average. Could just end up getting stopped out of this one, but we will see. So we came pretty close to filling that fair value gap, or the other kind of like intraday gap down here as well. We got a low of 3,982.7 and it closes at 3,982.5. So kind of just seeing a bounce here a little bit. I will begin taking profits at the low of this candle, and then perhaps one more at the lows of these wicks, maybe at the highs of these wicks. If that's the direction we end up going. So my average is 3,991.5 right now. Okay, so we just filled that 5 minute gap finally there and got filled with one more. My average is 3,991 and with 70% of an ES contract. Okay, so I just called it quits there. Basically, a break-even trade after commissions and fees on that one. Just closed it pretty much at market close there. So total on the day about, I don't know, close to 200 after commissions and fees. Definitely probably a little bit less than that. Thank you so much for joining in on the stream today. If you're curious what I'm trading with, on the left-hand side over here, we have Apex Trader Funding, and they are running a sale until the end of the day tomorrow. So take a look at that if you're curious. The coupon code is on your screen. This is TradingView. If you're interested in signing up for a paid account with them, I'd appreciate using the link down below. Definitely just helps out the channel. But I appreciate it if you like and subscribe to the channel. I'll be here tomorrow morning. But that's basically it, everyone. The trade didn't work out as best to plan. Kind of